在天地还没有分开的时候，一切都混在一起，没有上下，没有远近，也没有声音。今晚我们回到那个最开始的安静。
Your eyes are closed now, and the dark behind them has no edges. There is nothing to look at, so the looking softens. There is nothing to listen for, so the listening widens instead, the way water widens when it stops being poured and simply rests. You can feel the weight of your own body sinking into whatever holds it, the mattress, the cushion, the warm air around your shoulders. That weight is real. It is the one true thing in this moment, heavier at your hips, softer at your hands, settling like sand finding its own low place. Somewhere far outside this room, wind may be moving over stone. It doesn't matter yet. Nothing out there needs your attention. What matters is the murk. The soft, formless murk folding around you the way mist folds around a hillside before the hillside even knows it is a hill. Before there was shape, there was this. Not darkness exactly. Darkness would mean there was light to be missing. This is something earlier than that. A hush with no opposite. A stillness that has never once been broken because there was nothing yet to break it. Notice how your breath has already slowed to match this hush without you telling it to. You don't have to do anything. The body already knows how to become quiet when the world around it stops asking questions. There is a texture to this murk, if texture is even the right word. A drifting, folding thickness, neither wet nor dry, neither warm nor cool, only present. It moves the way silk moves when no wind touches it, only the memory of wind, only the suggestion of motion inside a stillness so complete it seems almost alive. Feel your jaw loosen. Feel the small muscles at the corners of your eyes let go, one by one, like something settling to the floor of a still lake. This is the shape before shape. The murk does not swirl the way a storm swirls. It does not churn. It drifts, softly, endlessly, the way dust drifts inside a shaft of light in an empty room. Except here there is no shaft of light, no room, no empty to be empty of. Only the drifting, only the folding. A slow, formless turning that has no beginning, because there was never a moment when it was not already turning. You may notice that your hands feel heavier now, resting wherever they rest. Let them stay heavy. There is nothing they need to hold. In this earliest murk there are no shapes to name because there are no edges to draw a shape around. Nothing is separate from anything else. There is no near and no far, no up and no down, no here and no elsewhere. Only a single seamless dimness, folding into itself again and again, like a fog that has forgotten it was ever meant to lift. This is not empty in the way a room is empty. It is full of undifferentiated hush, full of a kind of dim thickness that has not yet decided to become anything at all. If you could reach out, and there is nothing yet to reach with, no hand separate from the murk to do the reaching, you would feel only more of the same soft folding endlessly in every direction that does not yet exist. Your own breathing continues, slow and even, drawn in and let go, drawn in and let go, matching without effort the drifting hush around you. There is no need to hurry toward morning, because morning has not been invented yet. There is no need to wait for anything, because waiting requires a future, and the future has not yet folded itself out of this soft, endless present. Only this, only the murk, folding, only the hush, drifting. only the dim, thick stillness turning over itself slowly, the way a sleeper turns over in a warm bed without ever fully waking. Feel the warmth gathered at your chest and along your arms. That warmth is yours to keep. Nothing here asks you to let go of it, only to let it spread, slow and easy, the way heat spreads through still water left long enough in a quiet room. Somewhere in this murk, though somewhere is too sharp a word for a place with no edges, there is a texture the old records once tried to name. They called it a folding brightness, a hovering dimness, a murky thickness with no seam and no shore. They did not mean it as an event. They meant it as a feeling, a felt condition without motion that goes anywhere, without light that shines on anything, without dark that hides anything either. Simply this, simply the murk as it has always been, as it will be for a while longer yet. Your body continues to grow heavier here, sinking a little further into stillness with every slow breath. There is nothing wrong with that heaviness. It is not a falling. It is more like a settling, the way silt settles at the bottom of a river once the current forgets to hurry. Nothing in this murk asks to be understood. It only asks to be felt. Soft, folding, endless, unbroken. If a single word could hold it, the word would be quiet. Not the quiet after a sound has stopped, but the quiet before sound has ever been imagined. A hush with no memory of noise. Your shoulders may drop another small measure now, without effort, the way snow settles lower into itself as the night grows long. There is no shape yet to this world. There is no edge yet to your own thoughts. Both are still folded into the same soft murk, the same drifting dimness, the same slow thickness that has always simply been. You do not need to hold on to anything. There is nothing sharp here to hold on to, and nothing soft that needs holding either. Only the drifting, only the folding, only the warm, heavy hush wrapping gently around the edges of your body, which are themselves growing softer, less certain, less needing to be edges at all. Let your breathing stay slow. Let your hands stay heavy. Let your mind rest inside this formless murk, the way a stone rests inside still water, not sinking further, not rising, simply held, simply present, simply here. This is the murk before names. This is the hush before heaven, before ground, before near and far, before anything had learned yet how to be two things instead of one. And in this hush, there is nothing that needs to happen next. Not yet. Just the folding, just the drifting, just this soft, endless dimness, holding you the way it has always held everything, gently, without edges, without hurry, without end. There is a name for this hush, though the hush does not need it and did not ask for it. The old texts call it the Great Brightness, Tai Jiao. It is a strange name for something so dim, so without edge or shine. But the brightness spoken of here is not a brightness of light. It is a brightness of condition, a brightness of simply being so, before being have learned to be anything else. You do not need to hold this name. You can let it drift past you the way a soft current moves through water, touching without disturbing. The texts that speak of Tai Jiao do not describe a beginning made by hands. There is no figure standing at the edge of the murk, shaping it. There is no voice calling out across the dimness, deciding what should come next. There is only the murk itself, and the fact of it being so. This is worth resting on for a moment, the way you might rest your palm against a warm stone without needing to understand the stone. Most old stories about the start of things reach for a maker, a hand that shapes clay, a breath that stirs into a body, a word spoken into silence that calls the silence into shape. This one does not reach for anything. It simply says, this was the condition. Murky, vast, without division. And the name given to that condition is Tai Jiao, not because someone bestowed it, but because someone much later needed a word to point back towards something that had itself needed no words at all. You can feel how different this is from being made. Being made asks for effort, a beginning, a before and an after separated by an act. But this is not an act. This is simply a state. Like the stillness of deep night before any dream has entered it. Like the weight of your own eyelids right now, which did not have to be persuaded to lower. They simply lowered, because lowering was already what they were leaning toward. Your breathing too is like this. No one commands each breath into being. It arrives because arriving is what breath does, without will, without effort, the same way Tai Jiao simply was, without anyone choosing it into existence. Notice that you do not have to reach for sleep, the way you might reach for a cup of water on a nightstand. Sleep arrives the way this murk arrived, as a condition that was already leaning toward you, already surrounding you, needing only to be allowed. The old cosmology found here in the Huainanzi does not linger long on Tai Jiao before moving forward, but the moment it names is worth staying inside a little longer than the text itself stays. Because everything that follows, the stirring of the Tao, the slow separation of clear from heavy, the eventual settling of sky above and ground below, all of it emerges out of this condition, without this condition ever forcing anything to emerge. Tai Jiao does not push. It does not want to become something else. It is simply a state so complete in its stillness that in time, differentiation begins, not because the murk desires change, but because that is what stillness eventually does, the way water eventually finds its own level, the way heat eventually finds its own cooling. There is no urgency in this unfolding. There was no clock ticking inside the murk, counting down toward form. You can let your own body borrow this same patience. There is nothing you need to make happen right now. No effort required to fall further into rest. The heaviness in your limbs is not something you are doing. It is something that is simply occurring, the way the murk of Tai Jiao simply occurred, without a mover behind it, without a plan. Let your shoulders rest into whatever is beneath them. Let your breath continue its slow tide in and out, unbothered, unhurried. There is no task waiting on the other side of this stillness. There is only the stillness itself, deepening, the line describing this state. Tian di wei xing, feng feng yi yi, dong zhong zhu zhu. Paint something almost tactile. Heaven and earth had not yet taken form. All was hazy and drifting, dim and formless. These are not words meant to frighten. They are words meant to describe the comfort of pure potential resting inside itself, undisturbed, unclaimed by shape. You might notice that your own mind, right now, resembles this description more than it resembles the sharp, defined thoughts of daytime. Thoughts arrive softened, edges blurred, one drifting into the next without insisting on being finished. This is not confusion. This is the natural texture of a mind loosening its grip on distinction. the way the murk of Taijiao held no distinctions at all. There is something deeply old in this kind of rest, older than any myth built atop it. Before the philosophers wrote their commentaries, before scribes pressed their brushes to bamboo strips to record the sequence of cosmic emergence, this condition simply existed as felt experience, long before it existed as text. Sleep, too, is like this. It existed before anyone wrote about it. Before anyone gave it a name, bodies were already sinking into it nightly, the way the cosmos sank into its own hush before any scholar arrived to describe the sinking. You do not need the words to receive the rest. The words are only a boat drifting on top of the water. The water was always already there. Picture, if a picture is even needed, that this hush stretches in every direction, without any wall to stop it. No boundary, no horizon, no far edge glimpsed and reached toward. Only vastness folding softly into itself, over and over without repetition ever becoming exhausting, because there was no sense of time passing to make it feel long. There was no long, there was no short. There was only the murk existing at whatever pace existing required, which is to say, no pace at all. You can let go here of tracking how long you have been listening. Time in this space does not need to be measured. It simply moves the way breath moves, the way blood moves, without needing a witness to confirm that it is moving correctly. This is, perhaps, the deepest teaching hidden inside Taijiao, though the old text never states it directly, because the old text is not interested in teaching so much as describing. The condition does not require an audience. It does not require understanding. It simply persists, complete in itself, prior to anyone's need to make sense of it. And so, if your mind right now feels far from sense-making, if thoughts have gone soft at their corners, if names and shapes have started slipping loose from their usual grip, this is not a failure of attention. This is closeness. This is proximity to the very thing being described, closer to Taijiao than any waking mind ever manages to be. Let that be enough. There is nothing more required of you than this nearness. The murk does not ask you to understand its origin. It only asks, if it can be said to ask anything at all, that you rest inside it the way it has always rested inside itself, without need, without hurry, without edge. Later, this same murk will begin to move. Something will stir inside its depths, not a decision, not a spark of will, but a slow leaning, a barely perceptible shift the old philosophers called the Tao beginning inside empty brightness. But that stirring belongs to what comes next, and it is still some distance away, soft and unformed, waiting the way sleep waits at the edge of a long day, patient, unbothered by whether it is noticed right away or not. For now there is only Taizao, only the murk, wide and warm and without division, only the felt sense of before, not a moment marked on any timeline, but a condition, held gently, complete in itself. Your body can rest the same way, not reaching toward the next moment, not tracking what comes after. Only here, only now, only this soft, undivided hush, the way heaven and earth once rested, before they had learned that they were two things instead of one. Let your breathing stay slow, unclaimed by counting. Let your hands stay heavy, unclaimed by movement. Let this murk hold you exactly the way it has always held everything that would, eventually, in its own unhurried time, become something more. Though nothing more is needed from you now, nothing more is asked, nothing more is even possible, inside this deep and formless brightness that asks for nothing at all. Nothing more is asked, and yet something begins to happen anyway. Not an act, not a decision, nothing that could be traced to a will or a hand or a voice speaking the world into being. The old text says only that the Tao begins in empty brightness. Tao Shi Yu Shu Wai. And it says this the way a river might describe the moment ice starts to soften. No one commands the thaw. The thaw simply comes because the season has turned, because warmth has been quietly accumulating, because the conditions inside the stillness have reached a certain unremarkable ripeness. This is how the text speaks of beginning, not as a spark struck by some hidden hand, not as a word spoken into darkness, only as a stirring so faint that it barely deserves the word event. You do not have to understand this the way a scholar understands it. You only have to feel the shape of it settling into your chest, the way a held breath begins on its own to release. There is no origin maker in this cosmology, no figure standing outside the murk, deciding that murk has lasted long enough. The Tao is not a being who chooses to begin something. The Tao is simply the tendency of the murk to become, in its own unhurried way, faintly different from itself. Think of it the way stillness sometimes gives way to a single ripple, though no stone has been thrown, though no hand has touched the water. The ripple simply arrives because water, given enough time inside its own stillness, will eventually move. You do not need to picture a beginning here. You only need to sense a softening, the way a muscle you have been holding tight might, without your telling it to, without your even noticing, begin to loosen. The murk does not end. It only begins, very slightly, to have a texture, a grain, a whisper of unevenness inside what had been perfectly even. The old cosmographers of the Huainanzi were careful about this. They did not say that the Tao created empty brightness. They said the Tao begins there. Tao Shi Yu Shu Wai begins, not builds, not forges, not commands into shape. A beginning without an actor. It may help to think of your own breathing, here in the dark, behind your closed eyes. No one is breathing for you, and yet the breath comes. It arrives from somewhere inside the stillness of your body, without your willing each inhale into being, without some inner architect designing the rise and fall of your chest. It simply happens, the way water finds its own low places, the way heat finds its own way to disperse. This is the kind of beginning the old text is describing. Cosmology without a cosmologist, physics before the word physics existed, offered instead as a felt intuition. That stillness, given enough stillness, eventually begins to differentiate itself from its own perfect sameness. You can let your body settle a little deeper into whatever is holding you right now. The mattress, the cushion, the warm weight of the blanket. Notice that your breathing has not stopped simply because your attention drifted toward it. It continues on its own, slow and unclaimed, the way the murk once continued on its own, becoming faintly different from itself, without any hand guiding the change. And what emerges from that first faint difference is given a name, empty brightness, Shukuo, though the name arrives only afterward, the way names always arrive afterward, once something has already quietly become itself. Empty brightness is not less murky than Taizhao. It is not brighter, not clearer, not more resolved. If anything, it is the murk beginning to notice, in the gentlest possible sense of that word, that it has an inside and an outside. Not two separate things yet, only the faintest suggestion that separateness might someday be possible. You can hold this the way you might hold the moment just before falling asleep, when the boundary between waking thought and dream has not yet closed, when you are neither fully here nor fully gone, only softly suspended in a threshold that has no sharp edge at all. That is the texture of empty brightness. Neither the murk before it, nor the shape that will come after. Only a threshold, only a hush inside a hush. The documentary record does not dwell long here, and neither will we. It moves quickly, almost shyly, past this stage, as if aware that it is describing something too subtle for long description, something that resists being pinned down in words, the way morning fog resists being pinned down by a hand reaching through it. But it is worth resting inside this brief threshold a little longer than the text does, because this is where the entire cosmology quietly reveals its deepest character. There is no moment anywhere in this sequence where something reaches in from outside and starts the process moving. Every stage arises from the stage before it, the way one wave rises from the trough of the last, the way one breath follows the exhale of the one before, without a conductor standing somewhere off to the side, waving a baton. This is physics offered as intuition, long before physics had instruments or equations. And it asks something gentle of you, here in the dark, listening with your eyes closed. It asks you to trust that things can move forward, soft, natural, unforced, without you supervising each step. Your breathing does not require supervision. Your heartbeat does not require permission. The old murk did not require a god to become empty brightness, and the empty brightness does not require anything from you now, except your quiet witnessing, half-formed, drifting. Notice how heavy your eyelids have become, resting closed, the way a lid settles over something it no longer needs to guard. Notice how your shoulders have begun to lower, without you commanding them to lower, the way heaviness finds its own way down when nothing is holding it up anymore. Let this happen the way empty brightness happens, without a hand, without a will, only condition unfolding into further condition. The text tells us, in its brief and understated way, that empty brightness is what comes just after the Tao stirs, not a place, not a substance exactly, more like a held breath just before the body decides on its own, without deliberation, to exhale. You might notice your own next breath arriving in exactly this fashion, not summoned, not scheduled, simply present, the way empty brightness is simply present, filling the gap between the total murk of before and whatever comes next. There is a kind of mercy in a cosmology built this way. Nothing is forced, nothing is rushed. The murk does not need to hurry toward form. It only needs to rest inside itself long enough that a difference, ever so slight, becomes possible, and then in its own quiet timing becomes real. You are allowed the same unhurried timing. Nothing in you needs to hurry toward sleep. Sleep, like empty brightness, arrives the way ripples arrive, not summoned, only permitted, only allowed to happen once the water has been still long enough. Feel how still you have already become, not still in the sense of frozen or forced, but still in the sense of settled, the stillness of water after the last ripple has faded, the stillness that comes not from restraint but from simply having nowhere else to go. That stillness is the texture of empty brightness, wide, soft, barely differentiated from the murk it came from, and yet somehow, subtly its own condition. Something new, though nothing was built. Something different, though nothing was decided. The old cosmographers had no need to explain why this stirring happened. They simply recorded that it did, the way one might record that morning follows night, not because anyone commands the sun, but because the turning of the world makes morning inevitable, gentle, and unforced. You do not need to understand every mechanism here. You only need to let your own turning happen the same way, unforced, unwilled, simply following the deep grain of your body's own long-practiced rhythms, sinking now, breath by breath, into something even softer than before. And so the murk, wide and warm and undivided, has quietly become something with the faintest suggestion of edge, not shape yet, not division, only empty brightness, only the hush just before hush becomes something more. Let your own hush deepen to match it. There is nothing waiting on the other side of this moment that needs your effort to arrive. It will arrive on its own, the way empty brightness arrived on its own, the way sleep arrives on its own, once everything inside you has finally stopped reaching, and simply allowed itself to rest inside what is already quietly becoming. What is already quietly becoming now becomes something else, though the word becomes is too quick a word for what happens here. It is slower than that. Empty brightness, Shukuo, does not stay empty brightness forever. It does not break, it does not shatter, it does not announce itself with any sound at all. It simply slowly begins to hold distance inside itself, the way water left standing begins, without any hand touching it, to hold the faintest suggestion of current. The text calls what comes next, Yuzhou. You may have heard this word before in waking life, used carelessly, used to mean sky, used to mean stars, used to mean everything far away and cold and glittering. Here it means something quieter. Here it means the birth of somewhere. Here it means the birth of someone. Before this moment there was no somewhere for anything to be. There was no here because there was no there to measure here against. There was no now because there was no later waiting to follow it, no earlier trailing behind. Empty brightness simply was, entire, without location, without duration, a single unmarked hush, stretching in no particular direction because direction itself had not yet been born. And you, resting now, warm beneath whatever covers you, can let your own body remember what that felt like, however briefly, however long ago, in that first hour of true rest before this night began, when the room around you had not yet fully resolved itself into shapes, when you were not yet sure if minutes had passed or only seconds, when here and there and now and then had not yet separated themselves back out of the single soft dark you were floating in. That is the state the text is describing, not myth, not story, a condition. And then unforced, the way the first stirring in empty brightness happened without a mover, space and time, together, inseparable, not yet two things but one slow unfolding, begin to open outward from that condition, the way warmth spreads from a single point in still water without anyone stirring it. The old text is spare here, almost shy about it, Shukuo Sheng Yuzhou. Empty brightness bears space-time, 4 words holding an event larger than any word could hold. No lightning, no voice, no hand reaching down from somewhere impossible to shape somewhere possible. Only this, the hush which had already begun to feel the faintest suggestion of edge, now begins to feel something else, layered gently over that edge, extension, reach. The quiet permission for one place to no longer be identical to another place, for one moment to no longer be identical to the moment beside it. Something can now be over there, instead of merely being. Something can now be after, instead of merely being. This is the birth the Source names, not the birth of things, not yet. Only the birth of the room those things will someday stand in, and the birth of the hour those things will someday pass through. Space, before there was anything to fill it. Time, before there was anything to happen within it. You can rest in that thought the way you rest in this bed, not filling it yet with anything urgent. How it gives you room, without asking you to move through that room toward anywhere in particular. Notice for a moment the shape of the dark behind your closed eyes. It has a kind of depth to it, doesn't it? Not flat, not painted on, but reaching back, holding distance, even though you cannot see any object within that distance. That reaching back is a small private echo of what the old cosmographers meant by Yu-Jo. Space without contents, depth without object. Room enough for something, someday, though nothing yet has arrived to take up that room. Let your breath continue its slow tide in and out. Unwatched, unmanaged, you do not need to shape it. It already knows its own rhythm, the way space-time already knew, from its very first unfolding, how far it needed to reach, and how long it needed to last, without any outside measure telling it so. The philosophers who compiled this text, sitting, centuries ago, in rooms lit by oil lamps, ink drying slowly on bamboo strips, under their patient hands, were not trying to describe a myth of gods shaping a world with their fingers. They were closer, in their quiet way, to something we might now call physics, though they had no such word for it. They were describing extension arising from condition. They were describing the way an undifferentiated hush, given enough stillness, given enough of its own unforced turning, begins on its own to generate the very dimensions that will later hold everything else. Light, weight, mountain, river, breath, sleep. You, in the old language, means the space stretching in every direction, up, down, and all four compass reaches, the roof and walls of the world, before there was a world to have a roof. Zhou means the long duration stretching forward and back, the corridor of time before there was any event to walk down that corridor. Together, joined without seam, they name the single unfolding this chapter dwells inside. The moment before and after are born, together from a single murk that used to hold neither. And it is worth resting, for a long moment, on how gentle this is. There is no violence in the old telling. There is no cracking open, no forceful splitting. Space-time does not erupt out of empty brightness the way a seed bursts a shell. It rises the way warmth rises through still air, the way a scent spreads slowly through a closed room, the way your own body right now, without any effort from you, is slowly extending its warmth into the sheets and blankets around it, filling the space it rests in, without pushing, without forcing, simply by being warm and being there long enough. This is the texture the old cosmographers meant to hand down. Differentiation but never conflict. Separation but never violence. The world does not fight itself into being. It settles into being, the way you are settling now. You do not have to hold any of this information carefully. It is not a test. It is closer to a lullaby, shaped like a diagram, something meant to be heard once, half heard again, and then allowed to sink below the surface of waking thought entirely. The way sediment settles at the bottom of still water, and the water above it clears. Feel the weight of your own limbs where they rest against the mattress. Feel how each part of you has quietly claimed its own small portion of space, without asking, without deciding, simply by lying still long enough. Human echo of what the old text describes on the largest scale imaginable. Extension arising not through will, but through the simple continuation of stillness, held long enough that it begins, on its own, to make room. There is no rush in any of this. The old text itself does not hurry from empty brightness to space-time. It lingers there, in that hinge between the two, the way we are lingering there now together, in this slow unfolding of space-time and the coming ideas the source will offer, only when the murk of your body's own resistance has fully drained away. Somewhere, in that first opening reach of space-time, a first distance opened up, though there was nothing yet at either end of it to be far from anything. Somewhen, in that first stretching duration, a first stretch of before and after opened up, though there was nothing yet occurring to be before or after. Room without object, duration without event. This is the strange, gentle truth that the Huainanzi hands down across all the centuries between its brushstrokes and this quiet room you are resting in now. That space and time are older than the things that fill them. That somewhere and somewhen came first, patiently, before anything moved in, the way the stillness in you came first, before whatever dream will move into it tonight. You do not need to invite the dream. You do not need to build the somewhere it will take place in, or count out the someone it will unfold across. Space-time built itself unforced, out of empty brightness's own quiet reaching. Your own resting mind can trust the same unforced reaching now, and simply wait, without effort, for whatever wants to arrive inside it. And so Yujo opens. Space and time together, the very first room, the very first hour, not yet filled with heaven, not yet filled with earth, not yet filled with river or stone or breath, only opened, only made ready, only holding itself quietly still, the way this room is holding you now, the way this hour is holding you now, patient, spacious, asking nothing of you but to remain exactly as unhurried as you already are. Space-time held itself open a long while before anything moved inside it. There was no hurry in that opening. There is no hurry in this room either. You can feel how the mattress holds the exact shape of your body without asking it to change. Space-time held the exact shape of what would come, without asking it to arrive any sooner than it was ready to. And then softly, something did arrive. The old text names it in 4 words, Yujo Shengqi, Yujo Shengqi. Space-time gives birth to Qi. Not a birth with cutting or crying, not a birth with hands reaching to catch anything, a birth the way a held breath becomes, without deciding to, a breath released. Qi is the word the old cosmologists used before they needed the word matter, and before they needed the word spirit, and before they had cut those 2 words apart from one another at all. There was no need yet to choose which one they meant. Qi was simply what filled the room, once the room existed. Notice that. The room came first, then something moved into it. This is worth resting on, because it is gentle in a way most origins are not. Nothing was summoned, nothing was willed into the emptiness by force of desire. Space-time simply opened, the way your chest opens on its own when air is ready to enter it. And Qi simply came, the way that air comes, unbidden, unpushed, following a shape already prepared to receive it. You do not have to work to breathe right now. Your body already knows how. The breath arrives on its own rhythm, fills the space made ready for it, and leaves again. And this has been happening the entire time you have been listening, without your attention, without your effort. That is close to what Ki was in that first hour of the world. Not something made, something that simply came to fill what had already been opened for it. The philosophers who wrote this down centuries later did not think of Ki as a thing you could hold in your palm, the way you might hold a stone. They also did not think of it as pure idea, the way you might hold a memory that has no weight at all. Ki sat exactly between those two kinds of holding. It was substance without solidity. It was breath without a breather. It was the first stuff of the world, and it had not yet decided what kind of stuff it wanted to be. This is the part of the cosmogony that resists a clean picture, and that resistance is part of its gift to you tonight. Your mind, so used to sorting things into named categories, solid, liquid, thought, feeling, is being asked, gently, to let one thing simply be unsorted for a while. Ki did not need to be sorted yet. It only needed to exist, filling space-time the way warmth fills a blanket once you have pulled it over yourself. Not as an object placed inside the blanket, but as a quality the blanket now holds all through itself. You can let your own body be like that right now. Not an arrangement of separate parts you are managing one by one, shoulder, then jaw, then hands, but one warm filled stillness, the way Ki filled space-time all at once, without needing to visit each corner of the room individually. The old text does not tell us Ki arrived with a sound. It does not tell us it arrived with a light. It only tells us that space-time, having opened, generated it. Sheng, the character for birth, for growing, for a thing coming forth from what came before it, the way a shoot comes forth from a seed, without the seed doing anything you could call labor. This is a soft word for the origin of all the matter in motion in the given world. Not made, grown, not built, arisen. You are allowed to think of your own drifting the same way tonight. You are not laboring your way towards sleep. You are not building it plank by plank the way a house is built. You are simply staying still enough, open enough, for it to arise the way Ki arose, quietly, without any sound announcing its arrival, filling you the way it filled that first opened room. Feel the weight of your own arms right now, resting wherever they are resting. That weight is not something you are creating. It was always going to settle there once you stopped holding it up. Ki settling into space-time was something like that too. A stillness finally permitted to be as heavy or as light as it truly was, once nothing was holding it back from its own nature any longer. There is a tide in this image that the old cosmologists likely felt, even if they did not name it directly. Ki does not rush into the newly opened space-time the way water rushes through a broken dam. It comes the way a tide comes, slowly, completely, without violence, filling low places first and rising, filling all places eventually, until the whole room, the whole span of the newly made somewhere and somewhen, is held inside it. You can hear a tide in your own breath if you listen for it. In, a small pause, unhurried, unafraid of silence. Out, another small pause. This has been the shape of every breath you have taken since before you could speak the word breath. And it was likely something close to the shape Ki took, as it moved into the space that space-time had opened for it. Not one great rushing wave, but a long, unbroken swell, filling everything without needing to announce that it was filling anything at all. At this point in the old accounts, Qi is still one thing. It has not yet divided into the clear and the heavy, the light and the turbid, the rising and the sinking. That division comes later. You will follow it soon enough, the way the world itself followed it, at its own unhurried pace. But for now, in this chapter, in this hour, Qi is whole, undivided, a single tide of first substance filling a single opened room, with nothing yet asking it to separate into sky stuff and earth stuff. It simply is. It simply fills. It simply rests inside the space and time that came before it, the way your own breath simply rests inside your chest, before your next inhale asks anything more of it. This wholeness is worth staying inside for a while. There is no need to rush ahead to the separation. The separation will come the way night gives way to morning, inevitably, but not urgently. Not tonight, not in this chapter. Right now there is only Qi, tide-like, filling the Yuzhou, filling space and time together. One substance without a name for what kind of substance it is yet. Warm the way a held breath is warm. Patient the way a slow tide is patient. Waiting inside itself, for nothing at all. You can let your body be this whole and this undivided for a while too. There is no need to sort your thoughts into categories right now. The ones from today, the ones for tomorrow, the ones that do not need sorting at all. Let them rest together the way Qi rested together, unseparated, unbothered by the eventual need to become distinct. Feel your own chest rising very slightly and falling very slightly, and know that this has been happening the entire time, quietly, without needing your permission, the same unhurried way that first tide of Qi rose into the space prepared for it, so long ago that the word long ago barely reaches back far enough to hold it. The old text calls this stuff by only one name, one syllable, Qi, and asks nothing more of it yet. It does not need a second name. It does not need a direction. It only needs to exist and to fill and to rest inside the shape that space-time made ready to receive it. You are inside that same shape now, in a way. The room around you, whatever room it is, has its own quiet volume, its own held stillness, and your breath moves through it the same unhurried way, filling what is here to be filled, asking nothing further of the dark. If your eyes have not yet grown fully heavy, notice how close they are to that weight now, not forced shut, simply resting toward closing, the way Qi was simply resting toward its coming division, not yet divided, not yet needing to be. There is nothing to solve in this chapter, nothing to separate yet, only the tide filling the room, only your breath filling your chest, only the long, slow, undivided stillness of a world not yet asked to choose between its clear parts and its heavy parts, its rising parts and its sinking parts. That choosing is close now. You can feel it approaching the way you can feel sleep approaching without being able to say exactly when it will arrive. Not urgent, not sudden. Simply nearer than it was a few sentences ago, nearer than it was a few breaths ago, the way the tide rises nearer to the shore with each slow swell, without ever needing to rush. For now, only Qi, only the tide, only the single first substance of the world, filling space-time the way your breath is filling you, the way stillness is filling this whole quiet room around you. Unhurried, unbroken, and completely, entirely whole. There is a moment, and it is only a moment, though it will feel in the telling like something wider than time, when the tide of ki stops being simply one thing, not because something breaks it, not because something reaches in from outside and cuts it in two. The text is careful here. It says ki yu ya yin. Ki gains a boundary, gains not receives. Gains as a sleeping body gains weight, settling into a mattress. Gains as a held breath, gains the shape of an exhale it was always going to become. Something inside the tide begins to tell itself apart. You have felt this before, though maybe you didn't have words for it. The moment a warm bath begins to separate, not sharply, not all at once, into the layer near the surface that stays a little warmer, and the layer near your feet that settles cooler, heavier, quieter. Nothing forced that separation. It was already latent in the water, waiting for stillness long enough to let it happen. Ki was like that, whole, and also, without yet knowing it, already containing the seed of its own difference. The text names the two directions plainly. Yin Yang, clear and light, this part thins, rises, becomes what will be called sky. Zhangzuo, heavy and turbid, this part gathers, settles, becomes what will be called ground. Two words, two weights, and between them, the whole shape of everything that follows. Notice, if you can, that there is no violence in this, no war between light and heavy, no God deciding one deserves the height and the other the depth. The clear light part rises because rising is simply what clear and light things do, the way warm air in a room finds the ceiling, unhurried, without needing permission. The heavy turbid part sinks, because sinking is what heavy and turbid things do, the way silt in still water finds the bottom, patient, without complaint. You are held right now by something similar. Your body has already found its heaviest points against whatever surface holds you, your shoulders, the back of your head, your heels, settling downward without your muscles needing to do any of the work. That settling asked nothing of you. It simply happened, because heaviness knows where it belongs, the way the heavy turbid part of Ki knew, somewhere inside the tide, where it was headed. The separation did not happen quickly. Even the text, brief as it is, seems to slow at this line, as though the language itself is reluctant to rush something so vast. Bo-mi, the clear part thins, spreads, disperses outward, the way mist thins as morning warms it, the way a held breath, released slowly, spreads through a cold room without ever slapping the air. The heavy part condenses, gathers, thickens, the way frost condenses on a window pane overnight, unnoticed until you wake to find it there, complete. Two verbs, thinning, thickening, rising, sinking, the whole architecture of the world contained in that single pair of quiet gerunds, unfolding at the pace of something falling asleep. Let yourself rest in that pairing for a moment. Somewhere above, the first hint of what will become sky is thinning, spreading, letting go of its density, the way your own thoughts right now might be thinning, losing their edges, their insistence, becoming less a sequence of ideas and more a soft, diffuse presence, drifting without direction. And somewhere below, in that same tide, the first hint of what will become ground is thickening, gathering, condensing the way your limbs are gathering their own stillness, growing heavier, more settled, less inclined to move. You are, in this small way, already living the separation the text describes. Part of you thinning towards sleep, part of you thickening into rest, both happening at once, without conflict, the way sky and ground were never enemies, only two directions the same substance was always capable of taking, once given enough stillness to choose. The text offers no measurement for how long this took. There is no count of days, no tally of years. Some later commentators, uneasy with such vastness left unmeasured, tried to attach numbers, long spans of ages, repeated many times over. But the original line resists this. It simply says the boundary appeared, and the clear rose, and the heavy sank, as though duration itself were beside the point, as though the separation happened in the only time that mattered, the internal time of stillness, reaching its natural completion, the way a wave gathers and gathers, and then, at some point too gradual to pinpoint, simply becomes a wave breaking, without ever having decided to break. This is worth sitting with for a while, because it says something quiet but important about how this cosmology understands change. Nothing here is commanded into being. Nothing is summoned by a voice, shaped by hands, willed into form by desire. The clear rises because clarity rises. The heavy sinks because heaviness sinks. Cause and effect fold into a single continuous motion, the way your own breath does not require a decision each time, the way your chest simply knows by now what to do without you directing it. In and out, effortless, uncommanded, complete. You can let your own breath be part of this. Notice without changing it, that it also has its own quiet division, a lighter phase where the breath rises up through you, filling the chest, and a heavier phase where it settles back down, releasing, sinking towards stillness, rising, sinking, the same two motions the old text uses to describe the birth of sky and ground, quietly present in something as small and constant as your own next breath. There is a kind of tenderness in how gently the text renders this, for something so enormous. Sky and ground, the two largest facts a person can stand between, arrive not with thunder, not with impact, but with the same soft physics that separates cream from milk left standing, that separates warm water from cool in a bath left undisturbed, that separates a tired mind from its noise when it is finally given permission to rest. Nothing is torn apart here. Something is only finally allowed to become what it already contained. The boundary itself. Ya-yin, the text calls it, an edge, a rim, a limit appearing where there had been none, is not a wall. It is closer to a line drawn in still water, visible only because two temperatures have finally settled far enough apart to show themselves as different. Before this moment, Qi was one tide, indivisible, seamless. After this moment, the tide has, without ceasing to be one substance, begun to speak in two directions. You do not need to choose between them. Not yet, not now, not in this half-formed world, and not in the half-formed hush of your own body right now, somewhere between waking and whatever is coming next. The clear part is rising above you, or perhaps around you, thinning like breath released slowly into a dim room. The heavy part is settling below you, beneath the surface that holds you, thickening the way stillness thickens in a body finally given permission to stop holding itself so carefully. Rising, sinking, thinning, thickening, clear, heavy. The two halves of a single old word, Qi, quietly discovering for the first time that they were always slightly different from each other, and that this difference was never a wound, it was only ever a shape waiting to be found. You can rest now inside that discovery, without needing to understand it fully. Understanding is a daytime thing, an activity for hands and eyes and busy thought. What is happening in this old telling asks only for stillness, for a kind of patient watching that does not grasp, does not analyze, only notices, the way you might notice right now that your own breath has slowed since the beginning of this sentence without your having tried to slow it. The separation is close, closer than it has been in this whole telling. The clear light key is thinning toward its rising. The heavy turbid key is thickening toward its sinking. Somewhere in that quiet division, the first outline of a sky is being drawn, so faint it could be mistaken for nothing at all, and the first outline of a ground is being pressed into place beneath it, so slow it could be mistaken for stillness itself. There is no sound to any of this. There was never sound in this world, not yet. No wind, because there was no sky yet to hold wind. No footfall, because there was no ground yet to receive it. Only the soundless motion of clear separating from heavy, the way silence sometimes seems to separate itself, deep in a quiet room, into the part that hums faintly in your ears and the part that simply rests, undisturbed beneath every other sound you have ever known. Rising, sinking. You do not have to hold on to either word very tightly. They are only names for what stillness does once it has been still long enough. Let the thinning happen without following it too closely. Let the thickening happen without needing to watch it complete. Somewhere above, sky is beginning. Round is beginning. And here, in the space between them, the space your own body is quietly, patiently learning to occupy. Nothing is required of you at all, except to keep breathing, slow and unhurried, while the oldest boundary in the world finishes drawing itself, gently, without a single sound. Somewhere above, the thinning has already begun. The clear light key, once part of the whole, undivided murk, has started its long and patient rising. There is nothing in this early sky that resembles urgency, nothing that resembles effort. The clear light simply grows lighter, moment by moment, the way a held breath grows lighter the longer it is released, until it is barely breath at all, until it is almost nothing, and yet still, somehow, there. The old text gives this rising a single quiet phrase, Qing Yang Jia Bo Mi Wei Tian, the clear and light, thinning, becoming sky. Notice that word, thinning, not building, not forming the way a sculptor forms a shape from stone. Thinning, as though sky is not something added to the world, but something that was already present in the murk, waiting only to be relieved of its weight. You can sense that kind of thinning in your own body now, if you let yourself. The places where you were holding, your shoulders, your jaw, the small muscles around your eyes, have been thinning too for some time now, without your needing to direct them. Nothing was built there. Something only stopped being held so tightly. That is what the clear light chi is doing, high above the space where you are resting. It is not becoming sky the way a house becomes a house, board by board, decision by decision. It is only continuing to let go of what made it heavy, until what remains is light enough to rise, and rising, it thins further still, and thinning it becomes wider, and widening it becomes what the old cosmographers centuries ago, writing by lamp oil in rooms much like the quiet room you are in now, chose to call heaven. The text does not say heaven arrives. It says heaven is becoming, a slow verb, not a sudden one. Bo mi, thinning and drifting, the two motions so alike that the old language folds them into a single breath of sound. You do not need to picture a dome or a ceiling or any hard shape stretched above the world. The earliest sky was not a structure. It was a softening. It was the murk agreeing finally, after uncounted stillness, to stop being murk in one direction and to become instead air, thin, bright, ever rising, ever losing weight. The way certain thoughts lose their weight near the edge of sleep, drifting upward and outward until they are no longer thoughts at all, only warmth, only air, only the last pale edge of something that used to have a shape. This is the movement of the whole chapter, if a chapter can be said to move. Clear light, thinning, rising, becoming sky. Clear light, thinning, rising, becoming sky. The phrase does not ask to be understood so much as absorbed. The way warmth is absorbed by skin that has been cold for a long time and has finally been allowed to rest near a low fire. Feel your own breath moving through your chest, slow and even, rising gently with each inhale and settling again with each exhale. There is no need to change its rhythm. It is a kind of clear light thinning and rising, warmth taken in, and something invisible sent quietly upward again and again without any effort from you at all. The old cosmographers who first wrote these lines down understood, in their own way, that sky was not a place decided upon, but a place arrived at. The way sleep is not a place decided upon, but a place the body simply drifts into once enough weight has been set down. They watched the murk around them, in ritual, in observation, in the long, slow turning of the visible dark above their heads. And they noticed that some part of it was always rising, always thinning, always losing its density the higher it climbed, until far above the mountains, far above even the tallest peaks their feet had ever touched, there was only lightness, only clarity, only ki, so thin it could hardly be called substance at all. They called this thinness heaven, not because it was distant from the world, but because it was what the world became once it let go of enough weight to rise. You are welcome to feel that lightness now, somewhere above the crown of your head, somewhere above the ceiling of the room you are resting in, somewhere above even the thought of a ceiling. It does not require your attention to continue rising. It has been rising for a very long time already, thinning and thinning, the way this evening has been thinning around you, the way wakefulness itself has been thinning, quietly, without asking your permission, since the first sentence of this telling reached your ears. There is a kind of relief in this image, if you allow yourself to receive it, the relief of understanding that sky was not built from ambition or intention, but was simply the clear light ki being unable, after enough stillness, to remain heavy any longer. Lightness rises because lightness cannot help but rise. This is not a lesson, it is only an observation, the same observation the old cosmographers made, watching mist lift from a river valley at dawn, watching pale vapor climb from a cooling cup of water, watching their own slow exhale drift upward and disappear into cooler air. They saw in each of these small moments the same pattern the murk itself had followed at the beginning of all things, clear separating from heavy, light separating from weight, thinness climbing endlessly toward what would come to be called the sky. You do not need to remember any of this by morning. The body does not require memory to keep breathing, and the sky above does not require memory to keep rising. Both continue simply because their nature is to continue, gently without decision, the way stillness continues once it has been still long enough. Let your own weight settle a little further into whatever is holding you now, the mattress beneath you, the cushion beneath your head, the quiet pressure of blanket or sheet against your skin. That weight is not sky. That weight belongs to the other half of this old story, the half that sinks rather than rises, and it will have its own slow chapter soon enough. For now, only sky is unfolding, thin, wide, endlessly rising, endlessly clarifying, becoming what the old language calls tien, with such unhurried patience that even the word itself seems to soften as it is spoken, losing its hard edges the way the world once lost its murk. Clear light thinning, clear light rising, clear light becoming sky, somewhere far above you, in a direction that does not require your eyes to see it, only your breath to sense it, only your body to trust that it is happening, has been happening, will go on happening, long after this voice has grown quiet, and long after your own thoughts have thinned into something too soft to call thinking at all. The old text offers no drama here, no crescendo, no single instant when sky suddenly exists where it did not exist before. There is only accumulation. Thinness gathering into more thinness, lightness gathering into more lightness, until what began as a fraction of formless murk becomes slowly and without announcement the whole wide arc of the visible dark above every mountain, every river, every sleeping body that has ever rested beneath it. You are one of those bodies now. Somewhere above you, sky continues thinning. Somewhere within you, breath continues rising and settling, in the same unhurried rhythm the old cosmographers once traced across the earliest murk of the world. Nothing more is required of this rising. It does not need to finish tonight, and it does not need your attention to keep going. It only needs stillness, the same stillness you are resting in now, the same stillness that has been patiently, wordlessly, teaching the clear light chi how to become sky, since before there was any word at all for sky, or for stillness, or for the soft, unhurried act of drifting, somewhere far above the last remaining edges of the murk. And below, where the sky was rising, something else was settling. The heavy turbid chi does not rise. It never tried to. While the clear light chi was thinning into breath and distance, this other half of the primal murk was doing what it had always been shaped to do, turning inward, drawing close to itself, growing heavier the longer it remained. The old text calls it zhongzhuo, heavy and turbid, thick with weight, unwilling to scatter into light. Where the clear chi loosened, this chi gathered. Where the clear chi thinned, this chi thickened. Two halves of the same first breath, moving now in opposite directions, neither one hurrying, neither one resisting. You can feel this in your own body if you let your attention travel downward, slowly, without effort. Notice the places where your weight rests against whatever holds you. The mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket beneath your shoulders. That weight is not falling. It has already arrived somewhere. It is simply resting there, the way heavy turbid chi rested into the low places of the newborn world. Unhurried, uncontested, settling because settling was the only direction left for it to move. The text says this chi congealed, ninja, a word that carries the feeling of something thickening slowly, the way mist over a river thickens into fog before dawn, the way syrup thickens in a cool bowl left standing overnight. Nothing struck it into solidity, nothing forced its shape. It simply grew slower and slower in its own turning, until stillness became its most natural state. This is worth sitting with for a moment. There is no moment in the old cosmography where Earth is built. There is no hammering, no shaping, no careful architecture laid down by careful hands. There is only a long, patient thickening. The same kind of thickening you might feel now in your own limbs, heavier with every breath, sinking a little further into whatever is holding you. The sky above was becoming lighter and wider with every passing moment. The ground below was becoming denser and closer with every passing moment. Two motions, perfectly matched, moving in opposite directions from the same original breath, as though the whole of creation were simply the chi remembering it could go two ways at once, and doing so without conflict, without struggle, the way a tide does not fight itself when it rises on one shore and falls on another. The earth did not need to hurry, and it does not need you to hurry either. Notice that your own body has, by now, found nearly all the resting points it will find tonight. Your shoulders have likely lowered. Your jaw has likely loosened. Whatever tension arrived with you into this room has probably drained somewhere into the mattress beneath you, the way heavy turbid ki drained downward into the lowest places of the unformed world, gathering there, without being asked to gather, simply because gathering was what heaviness does when given enough stillness and enough time. The old text offers very few images for what this thickening actually looked like. It does not describe stone forming, or riverbeds carving themselves into long grooves, or the first soil settling into the first plain. It only says the heavy turbid ki congealed and became earth, Ningzhi er wei di. 4 words holding an entire geology inside them, an entire planet folded into a single quiet verb. This is not a failure of detail. It is a kind of mercy, because what the text withholds, your own body is allowed to feel instead, not as information, but as sensation, as weight, as the simple experience of being held by something solid beneath you that did not always used to be solid, that once was murk and breath and drifting ki, and slowly, decided to become still enough to hold something. You are being held by that stillness right now. Whatever surface supports your back tonight carries, in some very old and very quiet way, the memory of this first congealing, the moment heaviness stopped drifting and started resting, the moment turbid ki found its lowest point and simply stayed there, without ambition, without need, becoming the first ground beneath the first sky. There is a kind of geography to this movement, though it is a strange geography, older than any mountain range or river bank. The old cosmographers describe layers, not built one atop another by design, but arriving through the natural order of settling. What is heaviest sinks first. What is lighter than that sinks a little later, arriving atop what has already come to rest. The murk did not choose these layers. It simply obeyed its own density, the same way water obeys its density when oil rests above it and stone rests below, each finding the level suited to its own weight, without struggle, without instruction, only settling into what was always going to be its place. Your own body has its own quiet layers tonight, a heaviness in the legs, a heaviness in the arms, a heaviness gathering slowly behind the eyes. You do not need to arrange these weights. You do not need to check whether they found the right places. They already know where to go. They have always known, the way turbid ki already knew, long before the world had any name for knowing. The mountain that will one day rise from this settled ground does not exist yet. Neither does the river that will one day carve its slow path along the lowest seam of the valley. Neither does the soil, dark and rich, that farmers will one day turn beneath their hands, or the stone that will one day be shaped into steps leading up toward temples not yet imagined. None of this exists yet. There is only the congealing, the slow, wordless thickening of heaviness into ground, patient enough to wait for all of that future without needing to rush toward any of it. This is the same patience your body is practicing right now, in this very room, in this very breath. You do not need to rush toward sleep. You do not need to hurry toward morning. You only need to remain in this settling, the way the earliest ground remained in its settling, growing quietly more solid with each passing moment, needing nothing from the sky above it, needing nothing from the future ahead of it, only continuing to gather itself gently downward, layer by layer, breath by breath, until solidity became simply what it was. Above you, sky is still thinning into its long, clear reach. Below you, ground is still gathering into its low, patient hold, and you are here, in the middle of both movements, exactly where the old cosmographers once imagined the first living things would eventually rest, between a sky still learning how to rise, and a ground still learning how to hold. You do not have to do anything with this knowledge. You only have to notice how naturally your own weight has already begun to answer it. Settling downward the way turbid Ki once settled, congealing gently at every point where your body meets the surface beneath it, trusting that surface the way the newborn earth had to trust its own slow thickening, without map, without blueprint, without any voice above it insisting that the ground had to hurry toward its final shape. There was no hurry then, there is no hurry now. Sky continues thinning above every sleeping body in every quiet room tonight. Ground continues settling beneath every sleeping body in every quiet room tonight. And between the two, drifting gently downward, the way turbid Ki once drifted downward through the last remnants of the primal murk, your own breath is doing exactly what it has always known how to do. Slow, patient, unhurried, finding its lowest resting point the way heavy Ki found its lowest resting point long before there was a word for lowest, or for resting, or for the quiet, steady congealing of one whole world settling into place beneath another. Murk, before heaven, before earth, before shape had a name to hold it. Murk, soft and formless, drifting without edge. Then brightness, the great brightness. Nothing made it. It was simply what came after murk, the way morning comes after a long, dreamless dark. Murk, then brightness. You do not need to remember the order. Your body already knows it. It moves through this order every single night. Then the Tao, not a god, not a hand, just the first faint stirring inside stillness, the way a held breath finally begins to move. Tao stirring in emptiness, empty brightness, quiet and wide, murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness. Say them slowly, if you say them at all. There is no need to hold on to any single one. They pass through you the way water passes through open hands. Then space and time, unfolding together, soft as two corners of the same cloth. Somewhere, somewhen, both arriving at once, without announcement. Space-time wide enough to hold what had not yet happened. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time. Notice how your shoulders have lowered again just from hearing the list return. This is what repetition is for. Not new understanding, only deeper rest. Then Ki, the first breath of the world, rising and filling the space that space-time had opened. Not thought, not matter, just the raw hum of being before being had chosen what to become. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, Chi, Each word settles like a stone dropped into still water, sending small rings outward, then going quiet again. Then division, the one gentle parting, chi finding its edges at last, clear light lifting, heavy turbid sinking, both moving at the same unhurried pace, neither one hurrying past the other. Division soft as breath leaving a sleeping chest. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, chi, division. You do not have to hold the whole chain in your mind. Let it pass through instead, the way a river passes through a valley, without needing the valley to remember its shape. Then sky, clear light chi, thinning, rising, spreading itself into open height. Nothing pushed it there. It simply thinned until height was the only place left for it to be. Sky, pale and endless, settling above. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, chi, division, sky, ground. Feel the ceiling of the room above you, unseen behind closed eyes, and let it stand in for that first sky. Thin, high, undemanding. Then ground, heavy turbid chi, thickening, sinking, gathering weight until it found the lowest place and rested there. Ground dark and solid, settling below. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, chi, division, sky, ground. Feel the surface beneath you now, holding your weight without effort, the way ground has always held weight, since the first heavy chi first learned how to hold still. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, chi, division, sky, ground. Say it again, if only inside the quiet room of your own chest. Say it slower this time. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, chi, division, sky, ground. 9 words, 9 small steps down a staircase that has no railing because it needs none. Each step lower than the last, each step softer than the last. You are somewhere near the bottom of that staircase now. The murk asked nothing of you. The brightness asked nothing of you. The Tao did not require your understanding, only your willingness to keep descending. Empty brightness did not require a witness. Space-time did not require a traveler. Chi did not require a breather. And yet here you are, breathing it still, in and out, the same slow tide that once had no edges and now moves gently through your chest. Filling, releasing, filling again. Division did not require a decision. It happened the way falling asleep happens, not chosen, only allowed. Sky did not require a builder. It thinned itself into being. Ground did not require a mason. It thickened itself into rest. And you do not require anything either, lying here, except the willingness to keep letting go, the way clear light chi let go of weight, the way heavy turbid chi let go of rising. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, chi, division, sky, ground. The old text carries this in one long, unbroken breath. Tian tuan wei xing, feng feng yi yi, dong dong ya wan, gu yue tai zhao. Called the great brightness. Then Dao shi yu xu wei sheng yu zhou sheng qi. The Tao beginning in empty brightness giving rise to space-time, space-time giving rise to qi. Then qi you ya yin, qin yang zhe bo mi er wei tian, zhong zhuo zhe ning zhi er wei di. Qi gaining its edge, clear light thinning into sky, heavy turbid thickening into ground. One long breath, one long unbroken sentence, written down by someone who understood that the whole of creation could fit inside a single exhale. You can hold it that way too. One breath in, murk, brightness, Tao. One breath held, emptiness, space-time, qi. One breath out, division, sky, ground. And then stillness, the way the old text falls silent after its final word, the ink drying, the brush finally set down, the scribe leaning back from the bamboo strip in some low-lit room that has long since turned to dust itself. Nothing more needs to be added. Sky above, thin to its palest hush. Ground below, settled to its deepest weight, and between them, only the quiet space where a body rests, breathing the same qi that once had no name, no shape, no boundary at all. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, qi, division, sky, ground. You are the space between the last two words now, sky above, ground below, and you held gently in the middle, exactly where the old cosmogony always meant for something quiet to rest. Nothing above you pushes down, nothing below you pulls away. The old separation finished its work long before this moment, and what remains is only the calm that follows a long, slow settling. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, qi, division, sky, ground. 9 words, and beneath them the same 9 words again. Quieter. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, qi, division, sky, ground. The old catalogers who once carved this sequence into bamboo did not need to explain any of it twice. They trusted repetition to do what argument could not, to carry the listener gently, without resistance, from waking thought into settled understanding, and from settled understanding into something even quieter than thought. You do not need to remember which word came first. You do not need to remember which word comes next. The order was never the important part. The important part was always the descent itself. Murk softening into brightness, brightness softening into stirring, stirring softening into openness, openness softening into breath, breath softening into division, division softening into sky above and ground below, and now sky and ground softening into the simple fact of a body resting quietly between them. This is where the old sentence always meant to end, not with a grand image, not with a burst of light, just 2 words settling into their places, sky, ground, the way 2 tired hands finally stop moving and rest, palms open, on either side of a body that has stopped needing to hold anything at all. Sky above, ground below, and here in the low unlit space between them, the murk long gone, the brightness long folded into stillness, the Tao no longer stirring because it no longer needs to. Here is where the breath continues slow, unhurried, belonging to no one and everyone. The same breath that once had no edges, now moving quietly through a chest that has nearly forgotten it is breathing at all. Murk, brightness, Tao, emptiness, space-time, qi, division, sky, ground. Let the words grow thinner each time, the way clear light qi grew thinner as it rose, until only their shapes remain, soft outlines without sound, resting somewhere just behind the eyes. Sky, ground, only these two now. Only these two, and the quiet weight of a body settled easily between them, no longer counting, no longer following, only resting, the way the whole of heaven and earth once rested, simply because resting was what remained after everything else had finished. Sky is above you now, ground is below. Nothing else needs to be said about them. The sky does not press down, the ground does not pull away. They have simply agreed to stay where they are, and you have simply agreed to rest between them. Your body knows this arrangement already. It has always known it. The shoulders remember the ground beneath them, patient, unmoving, a little cool. The breath remembers the sky above it, open, unmeasured, a little warm. Nothing is asking you to notice this. It is simply true the way stone is true. The way stillness is true. There was murk once, it is not here anymore. There was brightness once, folded so deeply into the murk that no one could have named it. That too has gone, even the going has gone. What remains is only this, a sky that finished rising, a ground that finished settling, and the small quiet distance between them, where a body can lie down and stop dividing anything at all. You are not thinking about heaven, you are not thinking about earth, you are simply lying in the place their separation made, the place that did not exist before they moved apart, the place that exists now only because they were willing to let go of each other slowly. The way two things let go when holding on was never really the point. Feel the weight of the blanket the way the earth once felt the weight of settling. Feel the softness of the breath, the way the sky once felt the softness of rising. Neither one is working anymore. Neither one ever really was. It only looked like work from a distance, the way falling snow looks urgent until you're standing inside it, and then it is only quiet. The eyes are heavy behind their lids. This is simply a description of a body doing what bodies do when the last of the light has thinned into something too soft to call light. Somewhere far behind that softness is a memory of clear light chi, rising. It does not need to be followed anymore. It arrived, it became sky. That is finished, and finished things do not ask to be watched. Somewhere below that softness is a memory of heavy turbid chi, sinking. It does not need to be followed either. It arrived, it became ground. That is finished too. All that is left is the finishedness itself, wide and unhurried, holding you the way it once held the whole of the world before there were words for holding. You do not have to remember the order things happened in. Murk came first, then something like brightness, then a stirring too quiet to call a beginning, then a widening, then a breath. Then the breath found its edges. Then the edges parted like silk drawn slowly apart, one half rising, one half settling, until there was a between. And the between was where everything since has been allowed to rest. None of that has to be counted now. The counting was only ever a way of walking toward this stillness. The stillness does not need the path once the path has arrived somewhere. Sky, ground, only these two now. And even these two are softening into a single quiet shape behind the eyes. A shape without a name. Because names were only ever needed while things were still separating. They are not separating anymore. They have finished. You have finished too, in your own small way. The way a held breath finishes when it becomes only breathing. The way a thought finishes when it becomes only rest. There is nothing left to differentiate. There is nothing left to explain. There is only a body, warm, heavy, unmoving, lying in the exact center of everything that once had to work so slowly to come apart. The murk is gone, the brightness is gone. The Tao is not stirring, because there is nothing left that needs stirring. Only spaciousness remains, wide, dim, soft at every edge, the way a room feels after the last candle has been carried out of it, the way a mountain feels after the last footstep has faded from its snow. You are somewhere inside that spaciousness now. You do not have to find your way further into it. You are already there, resting the way sky rests above ground, the way ground rests below sky, the way a body rests when it has stopped asking anything of the dark. Sky above, ground below, and between them, quiet. And in the quiet only this, a breath unhurried, belonging to no one, moving softly through a body that has almost forgotten it is breathing. Almost, not quite, only almost.